YouTube. Lucas Honey Teamer Lessons was main deck tough. Flashing for tough. He still has 4 blue talent, 4 boomerang basics. What is he not playing? He's playing 4 Raw, so he's just not playing Artist Talent and Monument. Oh no, he's playing 1 Raw. Wait, is that right? He's not playing Artist Talent and Monument. And only 3 attachment. That's kind of interesting, honestly. It's a bit what I was trying to do with my blue-red one-sheet Tongue deck, just use the lessons, but not the Artist Monument. People are just, I guess, worried to... Maybe he found that the sideboard games were too tough when you were still relying on Artist Talent and Monument. We saw a player board out 2 Monuments yesterday in a sideboard game. Not saying it was correct, but the 4, I think he likes aggressive decks. He's got the 4th Thopter Fabricator. Let's see if they say something about it. This is the Thopter Fabricator. You'd think they could have fixed that overnight. That wasn't like that much work, but it's weird. It's weird. They put all this money. I mean, all this money. It's still. I mean, sure they could put more, but it's a lot of money, a lot of price pool for that arena championship. Yo, Hercules, thank you so much for the resub, and glad the blue black controls right up your alley. It's kind of weird, right? They put up a decent amount of money for these arena championships, and at the same time, they just have that. He's like amateurish problems. But yeah, there is a Pros deck's kind of newcomer to standard. Supposed to be good against green landfall. Kind of probably solid overall. I'd assume Lessons is favored. I would also assume that not having Artist Talent and Monument might be good for Lessons. Means you have more interactions. We see a Spell Snare in Lucas' hand. He also either won the die roll or just had the higher seed. Getting to play first is nice. The Technique. I met him at the PT. He's qualified for like a PT or 2 this year, or maybe a PT in Worlds. I forget. The 4 on Twitch. Hey, Vian. Hey, everyone. Looks like a pretty ideal start for Lucas Honey. I'm gonna worry about Shock, about Spell Snare. You could go Otter plus Sleight of Hand, Otter, say go, plan opt, or suspend on the Slick Shot. Alright, decent find, I guess. I didn't quite catch the brackets. 16s and 17s. So I think they're playing an elimination match to get in the top 16. Hey, I'm champ. Sucks for the 2 who lose these matches today and don't get the PT invite. Yeah. There's a command, by the way, for all the RCs. How do I open this in a different page? 2 planned matches. Was it because of tiebreakers? The 4 against Lucas. 28 and 26. I don't really get it. Seems a little arbitrary, but I'm sure there's a good reason. Okay, so it's like 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27. So it's 27 through 30 seconds have to play. I wish they would just bring back Grand Prix. What's your issue with the Spotlight series? Spotlight series are pretty much Grand Prix, right? Is there a big difference? You qualify for the Pro Tour, right? Prize money qualifies for the Pro Tour. Just different name. Yeah, Hercules, I don't know if you know, but they actually kind of have Grand Prix again. They've had for like a little while now. Better branding and better history. Yeah, it is weird when you have these kind of iconic names to change the names. Seems loose, seems like you're better off, using the Grand Prix, but the Grand Prix name. I don't know, maybe some people at Wizards need to justify their job, their paycheck, or like, what do you guys think? Call instead of Grand Prix Spotlight Series. I think it's not that big of a deal personally. You gotta pick your battles. Alright, is Defari going anywhere this game? There's a Rawl now on the Honey side. Grand was a cost reduction. Seems like everything Defari is gonna do is gonna be too little, too late, too low impact. Against the Rawl, against the result Rawl. This matchup seems very bad for Defari. I would assume, yeah. Usually, Shock is so good against you. You kind of have a bit of the same deck, except one side has Ancestral Recall. I don't know what he can do here. I think keeping the lane is probably right, but yeah, sure. What's the draw to playing the non-recall version? I heard it's good against mono green landfall because you just kill people faster. The slick shot has evasion. And the cheap otter, the elusive otter, also has like somewhat of evasion, and there's still the boomerang basic storm chaser talent deck, which is pretty good in a lot of matchups. I haven't been super impressed by that storm chaser deck. The slick shot version, the prize version. Oh, I heard that. I was wondering if I misheard that they have a better record than the Thunder. Hello, Bird Black. Hello, Anton on YouTube. Hey Gab, gotta say thank you for introducing me to Black White Control in Pre-Modern. Have been enjoying it and the format beyond belief. Yeah, nice. As I haven't seen White Black do well, I feel, in Pre-Modern. I was hoping maybe other people would pick it up. Also happy if it stays under the radar. I'm not gonna go out of my way to play pre-modern, but I would like to just be able to play a challenge if fits my schedule or prelim. Yeah, I think that white black deck's pretty legit. Mari's also been really good with it so far. We're gonna see a Michigan game next month. Nice. Yeah. We haven't had great luck with our games. Last year we went, and I think they played Orlando, but it was the game where Jaden Ivey got injured. And then this year we went and they lost to the Heat. But at least it was a close game. I think I'd rather see, as you know, just going one time and no other implications. I'd rather see a close game and the Pistons lose than just Pistons blow at someone by 40. Where's the XD advantage bar? My bad. Uh, I mean, you needed me. Really, that was the clutch time for XD advantage bar. Is it upside down? There we go. I do know. I mean, it is literally the only extra value it provides. Yeah, for those of you who are new, we have the XZD advantage bar to let people know who's winning the game on the right of your screen. Obviously, massive advantage to Lucas here. Pretty much all the four just going for the motions here. Who comes up with these ideas? The advantage bar, that was stolen from the chess community. The only reason chess is watchable on Twitch. That's not true. The chess commentators are actually really good. I haven't watched in a while though. When's the next like tournament of like the candidates champion or the world championship? Is any of that stuff coming up soon? Bonjour Rhino. Bonjour Jontonator. Oh, candidates tournament coming up end of March. All right. The Forest says, I've had enough. The candidate's almost like more fun than the actual world championship, right? To watch just because there's more players, and I guess they're both fun. Yeah, I had a little kick. Like I was watching all the chess for a while. Don't really do that anymore. It's mostly like the candidates and the actual World Championship, though. Do I keep up with poker? Not actively, but I still have a lot of people who play poker in my feed and whatnot. I think there's European Poker Tour in Paris going on right now. I could go play a side event. Or I could have like try and see if anyone wanted to stake me in the main event. Alright, friends, Dequan and Tan I'm discussing here. My experience is that pressure goes away once you're in the match. You'd be nervous in between rounds. I'm not sure how much it actually. It'd be interesting to talk to newcomers or people who haven't played as much as me. Well, it's felt like once a match starts, it's can maybe be nervous for other reasons. I don't know. Is the EV decent these days for playing the PT? No, I mean it's never been good. The amount of time you have to invest to qualify to get good, it's never been good. Not today, not ever. Maybe there's a time where it was like a little better. Maybe like a long time ago it was better, but I mean the price pool has basically not changed. And then cost of living got I don't know how much more expensive in the past 30 years. No. If you don't enjoy the journey, if you don't enjoy the process, if you don't like testing matchups, getting good, trying to qualify, all that stuff, it's not worth it. Because the PT is just more of the same, but just at like the next level. So it is cheesy, but it is about the journey. If you don't like living in a testing house, the testing house is like the most fun part of this. That one's pretty easy to enjoy. All right, Drake Hatcher, his own rolls, Seer Spell, Pierce Spell Snare. He can bring in lanterns. Not sure what your plan is here. And for Lucas Honey, he has to worry about the lanterns and the roll potentially. Don't want to be too like soft to these cards. Wow, he has a Torch the Tower and two Seers in his sideboard with no Euros demonstration. Just flat storm too. That's a lot of extra removal. Why not? If you can afford the slots and you just need to like narrower removal spell depending on the matchup. Ooh, Max Kaminovsky. Hey DM, I did not see the Salt by control list. Let's see. Brandon. Brandom? Deceit, Sandman, cover up, bargain. Alright, so more control. She's still playing the 4 deceits to fuel necropsy and cover up. But he's playing 0 combos with deceits to awaken. It's like somewhat close to what I tried. A little more control-ish. Alright, let's see if the 4 can turn it around. Alright, so I mean either the plan is good or he's like the lessons a really bad matchup and I basically can't like because he brought in Draycatcher, he brought in Crackling, he brought in Spell Pierce, like he brought in his probably brought in the Lantern, so he's just gonna try and play a mid-range game. Which could be good. We see that Slack Storm in Honey's hand. That's maybe like fairly ineffective. I think you just go Otter, bounce your Otter, right? Here you have to make that land drop. Oh. I don't like it. I think you should have gone Otter, bounce my Otter, and then played Steam Vents and not sure if you keep Spell Pierce ran up. At least this is a little less face up that you have Spell Pierce. Luca's just a little circle around him right now. Just not falling for it. Hey goats. I didn't realize that any of my viewers, let alone my Rex, actually play Magic. Alright, can he steal a game with Rawl? Lucas does that boomerang basic. To at least bounce it. Oh, Sneaky Masato. What's up? The itch to play again has been getting worse and worse. Is that a bad thing? Did you just think any of your views play? Nah, I mean, it's kind of a bit of a joke. Because some of my regs play very little Magic. They just like to hang out and just shoot the shit in chat. I have a lot of viewers that play a lot of Magic. a bit of everything. All right, let's see if that roll can carry. It might just not be enough, honestly. Lucas' hand's pretty stacked. But not the greatest interaction was that roll. The foreign needs his own stock up. Let's try recall. Seems like a good one to counter. Alright, can Defore out-tempo Lucas? He's gonna have to minus the roll here, I feel, if he breaks. Minus is what? Draw free, discard 2? Or draw free, discard 1? I think it's draw free, discard 2. You should come in break no banless modern sneaky Misato. That's the new format. When does that go live? Tuesday? Or is it already live? Alright, draw free, discard 2. Not the greatest. There's no way you discard sleight of hand here, right? I feel like sleight of hand's like your best cards. Huh? I would keep sleight of hand, he heard me. Yeah, I think I would just discard the roll, honestly. I like it. Try and find a stock up here. I think you have to try and find a stock up. Okay, Storm Chaser talent. That plays. Storm is just gonna be nuts. I heard Nadu was good. Yeah, I can't imagine no banlist is gonna be fun for a long time. You never know. It's so hard to say if a format's gonna find some kind of natural balance. But there's like no constructed format, like even pre-modern, which is non-rotation, etc. They still have to like ban a card once in a while and stuff. So the odds that like no banless modern is somewhat balanced and fun in the long run are just gonna be close to 0. Or maybe if everything's like 2D gen, just negates the whole thing. What chapter did I write in that book? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to spoil. I'll let you guess. It's not too hard to guess what I wrote about. What would be your first guess, Hercules? Control X? Perhaps. Yes, you'll have to wait and see. Hats, yeah, just fashion. Fashion and magic. All right, I'll move the advantage bar towards like the foray. Yeah, Vian, I wrote about the power of the people. How do you say the concept that the group is stronger than the individual? How to outsource your deck building? How to outsource your deck building to strangers on the internet? Feels bad. You have Slack Storm in hand and you have to use a shock. Yeah, I would assume Boomerang Basics is a call. Is that a homemade advantage bar? It sure is. What's up, Reed? Sadly, Edgar did not make day two. I don't think I was gonna change his mind, but maybe I should have been. I mean, he knew what I thought about blue black control. I've been saying for the past 2 weeks or whatever that the meta is bad for blue black control. We talked about it on the podcast. I've been there. Kineo might be testing with us for the next PT. He re-queued by making top 16 in that tournament in the Arena Championship. Might pick up one Mike Sigrist too. Racino. Thanks for the referral. How do you say testimonial? Appreciate it. All right, are we in garbage time? That the four locked it up with Israel on 10 now. Lantern. I'm not sure how Lucas Dex turns to ever turns a corner anymore. I'm down on blue black. I think the green landfall lessons, green landfall deck's probably not a great matchup. If I had to guess, I think you're an underdog. I think you're an underdog to Storm Chaser Talent is a lesson versions. People are playing a blue black mid range a lot. That matchup is like close. And you're not as good. You know how the PTR deck was pretty good against some of the other decks, and now the other decks are there's like a little Azorius Tempo. The matchup's not awful, but yeah, I just don't know. People never find their lists and stuff too. I'm not going to my RC though, so I don't have to worry about it. Not in the short term, anyways. Then we get 2 new sets before the next PT. How good is Raw Emblem? Unbeatable, in my experience. I mean, if you don't have your own combo kill, if you're just playing a fair game, it's pretty much unbeatable. Turtle's gonna shake standard up. It doesn't take much. I mean, it's not gonna completely shake standard up, but all you need is like 2 or 3 playable cards. Are we getting lessons in Strixhaven? Juice up that archetype more. Not sure what their plans is for lessons. Not blocking seems bizarre, no? Unless you think you can just kill your open on next turn. I mean, you're not in a rush, right? Go for a second raw emblem. Deck yourself. How does it work? He casts Otter and then he gets 2 stock ups. Right? It's pretty nice. Storm? What's the storm count, chat? Boomerang basic and up, probably. Alright, you get 2 more. Jeez. Can he kill him? Probably just dead, right? Dubs burst lightning. Storm counts at 2. Yeah, it's just super lethal. Play burst lightning, burst lightning. Slow roll. See, I'm not the only one who slow rolls my opponents. Yeah, Honey got by the roll. Yeah, I was way off. I thought it was 6 and 8. I wasn't that off. I was off by 1 storm count. It was 8 and 10. All right, it all comes down to that. 1 game for Pro Tour qualification. Did not envy these players. Oh, I muted myself. Why did I mute myself? Weird. Doesn't feel like the fours sideboard plan is the most cohesive. It's like, oh, I have a bad matchup. I'm just gonna board in like. Maybe it works. Maybe it works well enough. Because we saw the Drake Catchers, the Raw. I'm assuming Spell Pierce and Spell Snare are in. The Lanterns are probably in. We saw the Lanterns, right? We also saw Elusive Otter. What did he cut? I guess we saw Burst Lightning? Why can't I think? We saw Slick Shot. Maybe he trims the creatures. He keeps like 1 or 2 of each of the creatures. Yeah, I agree, Predag, that plan that's a little more effective against no artist style and no monument. My AC 11 ends yesterday. Time to prepare the historic. Holiest Holy. Sorry, you had a bad day 1. Oh wow, he was 3 and 0 too. Tough. Are you already qualified for the next one? It's impressive. Someone who's never qualified for even one AC. It's a pretty nice accomplishment. Alright, we can see that not going to be able to punch in for any damage here. He's not even playing the slick shot. It's a little patience. You play your land first. Are you okay getting a sleight of hand quenched? Kind of tempting to catch your lesson and use your mana. I don't hate it. So I gotta play the torch in response. Looking pretty good for the 4, eh? Got a little pressure going on. Still probably very even game. Did the game freeze? Hey, what's going on? Alright. It's just the forest side that froze, but I think the game itself is fine. Would I torch into Pierce mana? Yeah, it was only 2 Pierce. I would probably torch. I might gamble and arrest the 2 extra damage. Huh. Z combo. Is Raul gonna get Lucas for a second game in a row? Looks like he might. Stick land, Steam Vent, and Storm Chaser talent here. Since you haven't made a land drop. Alright, so he gives the lessons. He's trying to get his ancestral recall going. For sure. He does have like a pretty nice storm just with boomerang basic storm chaser talent. He could afford to play scared. I'm not sure how many spell pierce Lucas even plays. Oh, look at Lucas' face. Oh no, that's tough. He's like, yep. Womp womp. Okay. Okay. It's all something. The 4 is not that far from. What's the ultimate? -9 or -10? Bounce your roll. It's such a miserable play, but guess you have to. I mean, should I roll first to get counters, right? I just boom. Yeah, I was gonna say burst lightning the Grand. Not take any chances here. Our Twitch chat hero. This XCD advantage. Alright, how good can the tough be? That's pretty powerful. And the 4 doesn't have an answer to it right now. Not a good answer. These two might just add up. Alright, don't get it to auto tab the 4, tab that green source. Assuming you just go roll, bumps talent, replay talents. Not sure what else you do. That's like free spells too. Dude, you're getting auto tapped. Not like this. Bro. Oh, no. Let's see if he reacts. What? He doesn't seem like bothered by it. What does a otter do for 1 green? Okay, that's his plan. Just play the otter for just 0 as a spell. I like bouncing tough is super sketch. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think I like that. I don't know if it's gonna matter, but that seems off. Okay, so you can tough, wisdom, shock. I'm not doing that much for you. Gonna do. I think I would just ancestral recall first. See what I draw. Yeah, I mean, bouncing tough was fine. Feels like he didn't really have like a wrong line there though. Tough one. I still was disappointing to lose your winning in for the Pro Tour. Congrats to the Florido. Let's see what we have going on. These are the lessons are against Monogreen Landfall. That's always an interesting matchup. So we've got Bossing Say going on. But it looks like Max has a million cards. I'm assuming it's like massively advantage for Max. Who's Lola? Am I gonna try more at the limited qualifier? I don't know. Should I? Oh, just Lola, man. Alright. Organize that screen name. Scam. Apparently it's like break even EV if you're someone was saying you have to be 60% win rate on day one and 50% win rate on day two. I wouldn't call it a scam, it's just tough to qualify. I mean, it's just long odds like a lot of the big Magic tournaments. I feel like scam's a little less strong of a word. Did it like... Are you referring to the fact they said they got the number of losses wrong for one of the days? Like day two, they said you have to go like... You're allowed 2 losses, but you're really only allowed 1 loss. A little Beta Mountain. Kind of weird to me to play Beta Mountain, but not Beta Island, just mismatched. Beta and non-beta lands. Dubs Monument with Agnaquilla. Yeah, good call. You only need 1 or 2 mountains. You need many islands. Cup resolves. I those guys you've been playing forever and you've actually ripped beta islands for counters back in the day. True, Jordan could have been holding on to a million disenchants here, but find out. Nice. One an offload Prado's blue-black control. You're welcome. Did you play, what matchup did you play? Also, Sprite is a cool card. They done a good job picking also Pride as a promo. I wonder how far in advance that thing is. These promos are planned because there's some really bad ones. People were complaining about the Ember Heart Challenger recently. I mean, that literally like makes a difference between people showing up at tournaments and not. Copy. Copy, draw this card, handshake. Max. Max playing blue-red decks, name a more iconic duo. Also winning wisdom. Ben's does versus Luke Mandish. So that's another one of these win and ins. It did. It did. Like out of all the decks that were played by more than like 5 players or something, is it Spellmentals did the best. It just turbo farmed the cut deck. So you gotta imagine Ben's happy to play against Simic Cup for his chance at a Pro Tour invite. We do see these 2 Kenai creators in the main deck. That could be a big one. 2 Sirach in the main deck too, probably pretty solid in a matchup. I'd assume Blue Red's still advantaged. 3 Spell Snares, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Detect Intrusion. Bounce up to Glacial Dragon Haunt. Mono green 2/1, blue black Demir mid 2, blue black Demir mid 2, Banth Ice 2/1. That's not easy matchups either. The Demir mid matchup is much better for blue black control than I thought it would be. So close though. But games against Demir in mid range, I got lucky and I didn't get kited on turn 3. Yeah. You got one of the Kaidos was Reeve. They were like autopiloting and not realizing. Nice. All right. 5, 6, 7, 8. On the play, turn to Sorak. Pretty solid start. Looks like the Spellmental deck is on the clock. Let's see how well it can do the thing of Turbo Thunder flocking. Because there's no payoff on Lucas' side. So he doesn't have the fastest clock right now. That's the good news for Ben. No Nature's Rhythm, no Riddler. Not the slowest clock either. But the 4/5 just holds the board, right? If you can cast the next turn. 5 mana. So it's interesting, right? Because you might want to discard the opt here. So that you can just play 4/5 next turn and not just die. So let's see. Because if he doesn't discard the opt, he effectively cannot cast that Earth Elemental next turn, right? Yeah. He found a Thunderflock too. Alright, big draw step incoming for Luca. Needs a lot of help. Yeah, we get to play a little sleight of hand extra. Oh, you take Winter Night Stories. Don't misclick your Heart's Elemental. You're just playing the creature part. Good job. Womp womp. That's why you only play one Sirach, legend rule. I wonder if he's going to copy an elemental. Is that good play? Just to have something left in play against Thunderflock. He can attack with everyone, get in for 6 damage, and then cast another Sirach, puts him down to 7. Don't feel like that's a winning line though. Like, I mean, your opponent just casts Sleight of Hand, Abandon Attachment. Alright, so just play backup Sirach. Surely. Sorry. Advantage bars all the way. Is it just over? Or not quite? Can't tell if it's actual garbage time. The lands gets bounced too, right? And his hand's kind of stacked still, but not actual action, not that much. Really? Hmm. Alright, so he's hedging against Thunderflock by getting an extra land. Ends up play. Probably don't shock here, right? For detect intrusion. Just another land for Luca. What flag is that? I get them mixed up. That's Slovakia? Shame on me for not knowing. Croatia. Why did I think it was not Croatia? America. Checkers equals Croatia. Swing. Hmm. Really? Give them a card for just a cub? Although that burst lightning could be lethal. I don't like that play. That seems bad to me. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Honestly, you could even just Winter Night Stories. It's kind of super gamblish though, because if you don't hit an untap land, then you don't have Detect Intrusion mana. It looks like it's not gonna matter though. I didn't like that shock play. Especially with Detect Intrusion in hand, you can counter like Greater Hoof Trigger or a Nature's Rhythm or yeah, why is it not a straight cut to top 16? Why do it just for extra drama? Like the planes in basketball? Did they just make everyone with the same record play? Everyone who wasn't 6-1 or better? Doesn't feel that way. It feels like but why don't you make all the 6-2 plays? Or was it the people who went 6-2 by winning their last round? That's probably what it is, right? Wait, does that make sense what I just said? So it's just arbitrary. It's like the bottom 4 6-2s play for the last 2 spots. Oh, so no one loses on tiebreakers. Right, and you need to do it. Okay, I'm dumb. Okay, so you need a number so that you end up with 16 players. So that's why. That's how they get to that number. Okay, okay, my bad. Okay, so it's not random or arbitrary at all. It makes sense. The easy way. Yep, Thunderflux, pretty good card. I kind of like the full force Thunderflux in the main. I think sometimes they only play 3 or did always 4. Maybe it's always 4 in the blue-red version. Maybe I'm thinking about some of the other versions. Especially with Winter Night Stories in your deck. Brings in 3 Pyroclast, boards out Spell Pierce, Detect, and Glacial Dragon Hunt. Makes sense. And on Lucas' side, a Lantern, a Detect Intrusion, 2 Disdainful Strokes, Curator, and 2 Oko. Cuts some of the cards that are bad against Pyroclast, cuts the top end, cuts expensive cards, cuts both Mockingbird because there's just not much to copy. Alright. I assume this gets better for Luca. I'm not sure he's favored or anything after sideboard, but seems like he gains way more than just these free Pyroclasm. Bottoming the Cub. I kind of like it. Hmm. Pretty good against a Pyroclast and no 1-mana removal spell. Not a big fan of Pyroclast in the format, but there's one matchup where it's good. Or at least useful. It's that one. Let's reset the advantage bar. Probably slightly Luca favored was that start. Kind of does have to Pyroclast an elf probably. Unless you're trying to set up for Dub Pyroclast later. It's close. You could go Sleight of Hand, I guess. This sounds not very good. Doesn't do much. Oh, Oko makes your stuff elementals. That's kind of sick. Personally, I think he's nice here. He might be able to set up like Pyroclasma Shock next turn. Okay, so he played on tap land, basically bluffing for 2 damage. Is the AC open deck list? Yep. We've got all the melee links. You can go and check out the two RCs, the AC, it's all on melee. Did they fix the list for Milwaukee? Can you actually see the lists? That's super punished for not killing that elf. Like you have a million. I don't know. I thought that was kind of greedy not to kill the elf. Obviously, we can see the hands. And you wasted a mana. Now I realized low at all the fans. Bosch and Roll 10 and 2 right now. Great legacy content creator. Yeah, I recognize the Bosch and Roll name. What's Bosch and Roll's real name? Isn't it like Koval or something? It's like pretty close to Brian Kowal, but it's not quite Brian Kowal. Like Brian Koval? Yeah, cool. Might still work out. Advantage actually, like it looks pretty Ben favored right now, no? Like he's just gonna double power class or something. I guess there's a no code that flips that makes tokens, but then you have crab, you're gonna find a Sunderflock. Very like at least slightly advantage for the blue-red player, I would say. Okay, Luca not running into power class head first, just holding onto the cub, pacing his frets. Good job, honestly. Makes sense, though, I guess. Get to get rid of Winter Night Stories. Hey, Caramide, what's up, buddy? My Sunday's going well. If I didn't tell you, I got requisition to go play a basketball game with the men's team today. So basically, I play like in a 35 and over league, but there's also just a men's team that's like 21 and over. And I don't know, I guess their season's not going great, and we only had 5 players. So we went there with no subs, and then one of our players just got injured like 5 minutes in or something. I can't. First quarter, second quarter, I think first quarter. So we had to play 4v5 the whole game, and they had like a full bench too. And they were the better team to start with, so it's not like we would have won anyways, but it was still fun. I got to run, go up and down as they say. You're right, Adai. What's up, buddy? I'm a corner sniper. I'm a decent shooter. We got demolished though. We literally lost by 110 points. Would be cool if they lent you a player. It's like an official game with official referees, so they couldn't. They're also playing to like move up, and I think goal average matters. I have a huge storm coming here tonight. Supposed to get like 2 feet. What? There's the storms are just never ending right now. That sucks. I'll be safe. Oh, I always forget my YouTube people. All right, Rhino, who lives in Ohio, says the storm has been nothing by him. How bad is this team if they can only field four? I don't know. I think I don't know why people were. There's so few people today that could play. You need to come out of retirement and fly over. Doesn't seem quite the. That'd be quite the commitment. Basketball is a great sport. Yeah, it's the best sport, obviously. Totally not biased over here. It is fun though. You only play five, so everyone touches the ball. You have to be good at everything, like defense, offense. You don't have to, but you kind of get to do a bit of everything. Where do you live already, Ride or Die? I played since I was young. No, I took a 20-year break. I used to play a bit when I was younger. I think I only played like 2 years of organized basketball when I was a kid. And I played a bit with my brother, and I would go to the playground a bit. So I was never very good, and I'm not very good here now. But it's been fun. It's been a fun journey. Speaking of journeys, that Oko was not enough. All Slender Flocks. Kind of sucks. You get your like worst matchup. Your PT winning in. Looks like Lalaman did what he could this game too. He like didn't run into the pyroclasm and stuff. And again and again and again. Does Spellmentals beat Monitoring Landfall? I believe it does, yeah. I think it's like pretty bad against Lessons, pretty good against most Cup decks. The green landfall deck does have a few elementals. Kuno swing 4 copies of the 4/6. The green shell is an elemental. The free mana Hydra is an elemental. So that helps a bit. Hope Kuno wins. Me too. Him. Match Wright's also one of my teammates. He had a good day one. Gonna mostly like be watching the championship, I think, because they're already in the elimination matches. Jeskai Lessons. Jeskai Lessons. Versus, is it Spellmentals? I'm assuming that's good for Jeskai. I wonder what the white cards are. Sounds like he's getting paired against, is it Lessons then next then? Sounds like a bit of a New York accent now. From Pro Tour to Arena Championship. Dude, I played this guy at a PT last year. He was so sweet. That guy was, it was so sweet. We both cried. We played. I think it was round one of the PT. It was limited. We played, and then before game three, he just goes like, "Oh, no matter the result of the match, I just want to tell you, you're like one of my favorite players, and it's like an honor." And we were just both kind of crying going into game three. I was like, it was so nice. Yeah. Dude, I like how random gamers all have nicer shelves than I do. My shelf's just like the biggest mess. Did I beat him? I did win the match, yeah. I did win a really, really close match. No, I just thought I had to sneeze. Wait, are the zebras still there? 2 days in a row? Rip zebras. Here, really quick, if there's a hero. Oh, Brian Koval, future match. Simic Rhythm is it against is it Elementals? It's probably not the most exciting matchup. Let's see what the arena people have to say. Is anyone else like me where you drink coffee on a regular day, but when you're playing Magic, you don't feel like you need the coffee, just the adrenaline and doing something you enjoy and stuff? And I feel like I've talked about it before. I feel like I've tried, and I think I play worse when I drink coffee before playing Magic or at Magic tournaments. So I don't do it anymore, but it's so hard to say without having just keeping track, having a big sample size and stuff. Go the same way when I play basketball. Actually, I've tried like doing because you hear some professional players they drink coffee like an hour or two before the game, and I've tried. And I also feel like I play worse. Drink coffee when I wake up and just before I go to bed. Coffee never works for me as well as Red Bull. RTZ says coffee helps me play for sure. Turn the computer on, make coffee, low draft, but IRL magic, no coffee. Okay, so AM champ, you're billing me. I get tired from drinking coffee. I mean, you can be on team whoever you want, but I'm on team Chino. That's a tough matchup. Chris Larson too, playing his I'm not sure if you can say his trademark deck, but kind of the deck you want to PT with, even though I'm not sure he built it. Is it Prowess against Monogreen Landfall? That is supposed to be Prowess favorites. I feel like the one time we saw the matchup yesterday, the Green Landfall deck won though. Then bottom bracket Lessons against Elementals. That's Ben, who was kind of lamenting about having to play a really tough matchup now. The Mirror Midrange versus Esper Midrange. Is that Pixie? Dylan Pratt is a Lessons versus Simic Rhythm. That should be a close one. We actually saw Siggy lose that matchup, I think, yesterday. And then Arna, Lessons versus Lessons. Let's see what the Esper deck looks like. Real quick. Esper Midrange. Kaido. Oh, Bear Bloomberry in a free color deck. Spyglass Staring. Ang. Okay. Free Sig. I like the one brew. Strap Current. That's a flash one? Cool. The like Convoke one. Okay. It's a nice one. Yeah, Arna said he played like 5 mirrors, 6 mirrors, I think, in our Discord. People were wishing him good luck. Perfect follow-up for France versus Italy. What was that, rugby? I'm assuming France demolished Italy because they crushed the first 2 teams they played against, and Italy's not that great at rugby yet, but France won. By a lot, or was it close? Come on, Andrew. I like Chris. Chris is a good guy, but yes, 10 times the amount Larson just doesn't play on Arena. Chris just had his turn, tied to root for someone else. I mean, whether he had his turn or not, it wouldn't matter. I would be rooting for Andrew. That's funny. The GP kind of my comeback tournament after I started streaming and stuff when I came in second in GP in France was the Mono Blue Shitters deck. I think I played Chris in the quarters, and I think he had like a flight or a train to catch a flight, and he was like, I think he only had time for the quarters and could still make his flight, so I kind of obliged and beat him swiftly. The Terminus? Who has a Terminus? 2 Terminus? How did I miss that? All right, bringing back the advantage bar for this high stakes match. Celtic. Turin is standard, right? Living End? I don't get it. What's LE? Why divide guide? It's a one of just extra mana dork, I guess. It makes your fetches tap for mana right away too. But it's also not good enough that you would ever want to draw two. The second one doesn't do anything for you. So sometimes, you know, the reanimator deck, like Salta Reanimator, that deck has just had a bad win rate in standard just at every tournament. It's just not a very good deck, I think. But I'm not sure exactly what deck you're talking about. Does Divide turn on the expanses too? Yeah, I think I make just all your lands tap for mana, right? I mean, you never know, but that deck has not been doing well. It didn't do well at the PT, didn't do well since. All right, so not the greatest hand for Andrew. Just feels like he needs to keep lands and spells. He does like these Chocobo. They're like brutal. They kill people fast in this matchup. And then wow, that's keeping the one lander. I assume a deck like Dimir Demons doesn't want to keep one landers in this matchup because you have stock up Winter Night. You can make up for the card you mulligan, but maybe he thinks the matchup's just not great and he thinks his hand's like just almost perfect if he does draw a land in the top two. So I keep these hands sometimes. He did have like pretty ideal hand of Terminus Return into Hex, into Winter Night Stories, discarding Doom. Yeah, he kind of had the perfects. I think that makes sense. Close to a perfect hand if you draw a land. Just gambling. That keep for Andrew is sketch AF. No, I think you have to keep. I thought it's keep. I mean, you're not excited about it, and you could get unlucky, but you tune a copy Razel's deck from the PD. I don't know. I doubt it. I'm assuming he made at least a few changes, but yeah, I did. I guess Paul did have the one great divide guide and stuff. He has like very lethal next turn, surely. Was double extension, triple fetch land. And Larson Denian final land, yeah. Are these view free for the rest of the event? Yeah, I believe it's single limb, best of three. He needed a little hex at least to a small chance. I mean, we know it didn't matter. All right, Andrew has two torpor orbs he can bring in. Yesterday, he only brought in one when he was on the play. You might bring in both on the draw. Okay, he just brings in the 1 for the guide, and then Chris brings in a null. Oh, Preacher and the end. Those are new cards. Cuts both the rest, cuts the Doomsday, cuts a Harvester, cuts an Arrow, so trims just some of the expensive cards. The rest not the greatest in the mirror. Alright, solid hand for Christopher, and solid hand for Andrew. There's the blue mana. Chooses not to deceit here. I was expecting deceit into Preacher from Chris. Alright, valuing Sting at 20 because of the Preacher, discarding Winter Night's kind of cute. That Preacher has a lot of work to do. No fetch lands, no land for the ice still. He's probably just gonna go Cub Ascension. Oh yes, 4 mana. I still Cub Ascension, right? Loading up on the same lands. I mean, currently Andrew's hand does like nothing. Andrew could get unlucky. And just draw like another ice still. Yeah, you're only loading up on 1 forest. Oh, Golly Fable Passage. Let's go. Let's go. That deserves all. Speaking of being in the bag, advantage bar. All the way up. Chris doesn't have an untapped land. He can't even draw like cover up or anything. Modern. Yeah, I'm curious to see the win rates. Have they published day 1 win rates somewhere? That was my prediction for this weekend, that people were not going to hate on Greenland full enough and not be ready enough, and it was going to have a good weekend. I saw there was one tournament, I think it was in Canada, right, where the top 4 players were all playing Green Landfall. All the 9 and A1 players were all Green Landfall, all 4, I think. Really? 5-5? Arya, like, she started saying something and she's like, nope. Oh, well, I'm committed. Go, Andrew. Yeah, that was not very close, those games. The Simic Rhythm player won game one against Simic Rhythm actually stole the game against a bad matchup. If Larson had this hit on two, does he discard the nursery? As like nursery or ice still? I think. I don't know. Is it a arena championship equivalent to a regional? It's much higher stakes just because the field is smaller. Like 100 something players. I think first prize is more money, there's less players. Pretty big deal. I still can be dealt by nursery can't. Yeah, but I still turns on the harmonizer too. So I still is kind of like what makes the harmonizer and the nursery scary, so it's kind of a tough spot. Alright, looks like this game's going a bit better for the elementals player. Pretty elf. Beta forest, beta elves. Another one? Ancestor recall. Oh, is that the game where he had an escape tunnel in the yard already? Or that game one? Well, then I definitely take the ice cell was deceit. I think. Harmonize? It's just Winter Night Stories, right? Oh no, Redum. Redum, my bad. Very impressive. Ooh, oh, we missed the Q2 interview. I refuse. We have the technology. I think to be fair, yesterday his spot was like, I'm not sure he had a choice. So when he got all his forests exiled, and then I'm not sure the preacher were the problem for Chris's draw. He just had a lot of come into play tap lands, and Andrew's hand was just kind of perfect. This is single M. Yeah, it's kind of a weird structure where they play a bunch of rounds on day one, and then they cut to a like single limb top 16. It's fine though. Mirror the worst man. Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised because I get the feeling you don't want to play a mirror that's not very skill intensive if you don't think it's very skill intensive at least. But I mean, these Sprouts decks supposedly what I've been hearing is that they're good against the landfall decks. All right, we've got the four who had to win a win and in today. He is now the bottom seed of the tournament, playing against Sean. Sean was, I think, the only undefeated player yesterday. So we'll see if he can dodge the curse of undefeated in the Swiss, but then insta lose in the quarters. I'd assume this is not a great matchup for Doherty, though, right? Like your Thunderflux could be a little too slow. They could rebuild. You don't have like that much interaction in the early turn. Your opponent's playing Shock for your Flame Breeders. So being on the play is pretty huge, though. Shanahan sucks. Okay, Varus Thunderflock. I've never seen that actually. Oh, Sean is the judge? I didn't realize. Yeah, now that you say that, yeah, he's like a proto judge, right? Sean's headshot looking like he wants my vote for the local school board elections, not gonna lie. Yeah, and I had not realized that was him. Yeah, a bit of a preppy picture with the like little polo shirt. All right, the four is stumbling. Yeah, that might be the game. Honestly, missing these land drops. He's not applying a lot of pressure. All right, so what can Sean do? Probably just play Thunderflock right away, right? Just give Varez a Thunderflock. You don't mess around. Because Roaming Throne doesn't enable that much right now. You get a Roman Throne into Kivara Wistfulness next turn. You can play Kivara as a Wistfulness if you wanted to. Just draw some cards. Wait, does he have double blue, double green? That's probably pretty good too, right? I know I'm sorry you can't do double blue, double green because you need to play the black mana too, though. Alright, what's it gonna be? Thunderflock? Looks like he tapped a double blue. Looks like he might be going Wistfulness here. Which makes sense. Not very easy to like get rid of for the 4A. It could backfire though. Into the Flunlaw getting out tempoed, but then you get your Kivara back and then you can Thunderflock it next turn. I mean, I'd be surprised if the 4 can make up missing a land drop there, but we'll see. I'll be right back. Moves. Start cooking dinner. Okay, fine. All I say is, I mean, oh no, I'll be hungry. 180, 50 minutes, but I would do 40 or 45. I think 50 is too much. Don't do 55. Okay, I would do 45 at most, but it's up to you. All right, he found his third land drop. Yeah, I was gonna say the exact same thing. If only there's no flowers on Sean's side, then you could still like come back and kill someone from nowhere, but feels like Sean can just play very, very passively in this matchup. Usually the case against deck like Surprise, just your goal number one is to not die usually. Just went to game 3 of a traditional draft. My sideboard did not show up. Anyone else have that happen? It's Arena. Anything can happen on Arena. The land is lethal. He had Flick Shot, Wild Ride, Double Burst Lightning, the Thunderflock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm counting 10. And it needs to be untapped red mana, just not any land, right? Don't you just go like stuck up here? I mean, you're dying fast, I guess. Stock up, hit untap land, and what though? You're wasting 1 mana. They stock up, try and hit untap land plus a 1-drop. Stock up, hit 2 lands. Yeah, stock up 2 lands might have not been the worst. I don't know, I felt like he was supposed to stock up, but either way, tough spots. I would trust it for it was aggro lines. You wouldn't trust me it was aggro lines. Don't trust my aggro instincts. Kind of offended. Is he dead on board? You need to jump? No. Oh, passage is brutal here. I mean, why would you take Otter there? Oh, because you have Wild Ride. My bad. Okay, so Otter, so Slick Shot, Otter, Wild Ride. Otter, Wild Ride is 5. But if you draw on tap red, you can maybe play Slick Shot and 1, 2, 3, 4, and then harmonize it. No, because your Slick Shot's only a 3 power card. I'm gonna harmonize on Wild Ride is 5, so I think he needs to rip like another Wild Ride maybe. The 2 passages are on blue. Who does he have mana? No, he doesn't have mana for the detect intrusion. That would be nice. Is that lethal? No, he's 1 short, right? Any spell, any 1 mana spell is lethal, right? Oh my god, the biggest sleight of hand of his life. No, like this. Oh, so close. Oh my god. I mean, he kept the right cards, right? Was stuck up. Womp womp womp. So freaking close. Creatures with power less than Otter can't block it. Yeah, I wonder what would have happened if that one turn he just cast a stock up instead of Slick Shot Double Burst Lightning. Feels like it could be a decent matchup. Is he gonna try and live a turn maybe? Can he live a turn? Block, block. He's just on board, right? I mean, I guess you could go for an attack. The attack, hope you misclick for blockers. It's pretty tough to misclick for blockers on Arena. I mean, it's hard to misclick for blockers on Magic Online, but I think it's even harder to misclick for blockers on Arena. Do you think Sean should try and find lethal like last turn? I wasn't really paying attention. Kind of crazy by Sean to make a 6/5 instead of just evoking draw. Yeah, that was a big mistake. Yeah, that was a huge mistake. Well, now he has lethal at least, but that's probably bad. I don't get it. Why not attack? If you're gonna play it out, and all he has to do is like attack with everyone. If you're not gonna scoop when you're dead on board, why not just like at least? It just feels dirty, I guess, to go for the hoping for a misclick. Two base on the sideboard's nice. Power class pretty good. Seer pretty good. Wow, he's not bringing in B-Sign that matchup? He's not bringing Power class either. I would think you want to board out Flame Breeder in a matchup where your opponent has 4 shocks, but maybe that's just not how he plays the deck and not how you're supposed to play the deck. Just supposed to like make them have it. Because the upside is too high. I would not board out stock up on the play. I would never board out stock up on a play in that matchup, especially the way the game 1 played out. I mean, I guess you could argue he died with stock ups in hand, but it doesn't make sense for me to board out stock up when you're on the play. Feels like you have plenty of time to kill your opponent. and their deck is not that great against you, so I'd like to have max consistency basically, because I feel like you got to be like pretty massively favored on the play. Like if he has a stock up with that draw, it feels like he can't possibly lose in a million years. I'd probably cut like I don't know, maybe some into the Flonmaws. Hey Ted. Really plotting when you already have a friend in oh he's playing around Pyroclast. That makes sense actually. Kind of sick he's playing around Pyroclast and Sean didn't even bring in the Pyroclast. You think that having the Zaneful Stroke or Detect Intrusion is a better sideboard plan for the Elemental deck? From out of what deck's solar system for which deck? Detect Intrusion is very underwhelming. The Zaneful Stroke's kind of okay against them because they still have the Throne and you can at least counter the Throne. They're not gonna have Cavern. Went through the RC Milwaukee data and Excel monitoring just insanely consistent was almost half of all submissions converted into day two. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Alright, what's going on here? Who has the advantage? It's kind of neat. I'm not sure. How much damage is that? 12? Then you get to auto wild rides. Ooh, vibrance. Boop! That's a swing. That's a big swing, jeez. What a draw. The vibes. A little surprised he didn't just get an on-tap lands. Not sure how relevant a Restless Reef is gonna be, but I guess he already has a non-tap land, so he got his one value land is a reasoning. But I could see it being wrong. You just keep dash right, that's just a lot of damage, I think. Or do you not need a second one? Do you need something else? Gonna cast one, put him down to 8. Also probably pretty good if you draw another creature. Wastefulness is nice here. High power. Thunderflock is obviously. And Thunderflock against Wild Rat in the forest hand is. The foreign needs. Is Burst Lightning lethal? Yeah. If Sean goes Thunderflock. And the four rips a Burst Lightning, he has lethal. That is kind of a heads up play in a way. High power. Does it need to be less or equal is okay? I think less, right? Strictly less. So the 4 needs cantrip into burst lightning would be the dream. Cantrip into burst lightning is lethal. Into the flood mouse, not the worst driver. Puts him in burst lightning range. Just saying, if it was me sideboarding, I think that would that into the flood mode would be a stock up, I think. Not sure if that's better or worse to be fair, but feels like stock up would be better here. Stock up burst lightning straight up wins on the turn. Wow, he didn't keep. He could have kept bounce off mana up, and he chose not to. I didn't even notice that. That is wild. Yeah, that is. I think Sean's probably just not the strongest player. I feel like yesterday already we saw him take couple sketchy lines. Also nerves, arena, who knows, million reasons. I agree. I agree that that's why I like getting like a not that plan in the first place was my vibrance. All right, let's see if he gets punished for it. He got opt on top too. Yo Yagi. Oh yeah, you were off to a good start, Adeline. I guess you didn't make it. I would have seen your name. Sorry, buds. We saw you were off to like two and one starts. You like your deck choice in hindsight? Happy was your choice in testing. Interesting. Up before the otter. I guess he has a strong read that Sean has interaction. Oh, there's the burst lightning. Like he could have bounced off his vibrance and replayed vibrance last turn too. Felt good about the deck choice. Lost 2 matches for games, both multi-5 and land screw. Sag. Yeah. Sorry. It's like detect intrusion in his deck, but yeah, magic variance. Especially in this standard where it's kind of hard to have a big edge over the field. So kind of weird. Like usually when you're on the play, you'll have cards like Pyroclast more often when you're on the draw, and he didn't have them on the draw. But then he chooses to bring them on the play. And then same for the foray. I feel like what would I cut for stock ups? It's tough. Am I doing the draft qualifier? I tried once on Friday. I'm not sure how much I'm gonna try. Is it probably a bad matchup for elementals, especially on the play? Yeah, that was my intuition too. Good old arena tells. You'll love to see it. Alright, I like Ashling first. Better against removal, doesn't die to burst lightning. Good old Pyroclast Flame Braider combo. Probably gonna keep that, right? It was 5 lands. It's bad against Fireclass, but it's pretty tempting to keep. Plus there's a Flame Braider in play. I mean, surely you just keep, right? And just play both. Get in for 4, and then next turn you can have a really big turn. I guess Sean's probably gonna bounce. He can bounce his own Flame Braider and then Pyroclasm. Kind of awkward to bounce the auto if your plan is to Pyroclasm. Yeah. So you could Wistfulness, bounce off your Wistfulness. But it's not even that much card advantage. Alright, just Fire Class, say go. And then hope to draw an untap 5th land. Yeah, no, he can also bounce up his Flame Braider. And recast it. Looks like he's not going for that line. I liked it. Forces the 4 to have a shock. I think I liked it, but we can see the force and I mean bouncing off your 2/2 if he has a shock's pretty bad. What's he getting back, an opt? Probably an opt, right? Secret Identity Spicy. I think it's pretty stock in these decks. I've seen that card a lot. It's spicy Spider-Man card. He drew an on-tap land. That was big. You can kill one of the talents too. That's huge draw. Is it enough? 4-mana Thunderflock now. Run's not doing much for you, but probably still keep it over a land. Stucco. Yeah, you're never casting double red spell, right? And you might just play passage. Alright, well, Slick Shot's gonna be one of the picks, surely. What's the other card you take though? Wild Ride, probably, right? If you top deck the 1/1. That's way more damage. Yeah. Kind of sub deck, he's just gonna play Thunderflock for value. Still has that bounce off. 2-turn clock. Looking bad. He needs a bounce spell. He needs a bounce spell. A chum blocker doesn't work because of Thunderflock. I don't think he's gonna have spell pierce in that matchup, right? Also don't exactly know what the modes on Secret Identity are, but isn't one of the modes hexproof? Is that lethal? Oh my god. Yeah, I think Identity gives hexproof, right? 7, and he doesn't even have to play anything before. Yeah, Sean's gonna have to react. Wow. Wow. Damn. Not like this. Choose the right modes. Wow. What if it turns it into a 1-1? Or a 3-1 or whatever? Like, the Vor Detechnik. That's sick. I mean, that's like classic prowess, right? Just kills you out of nowhere. That's tough. Tough matchup. Undefeated seed 1 and you play just a bad matchup. So random. Oh, that bad. Wow. Yeah, yeah. I don't know about unlosable. Sean probably should have won that second game. He's probably gonna have some regrets. Sucks. Don't know how I feel about trimming stock up on the draw. Maybe it's fine to trim 1 or 2 on the draw. I think I would have. Yeah, as I said, especially if Arya says it's that great of a matchup. I would like the little extra consistency from having the 4 stock ups in my deck. I think Devore would have won game 1 if he took the boomerang and land on stock up. Yeah, I think he had some tough choices in game 1. Sounds like me. That's true. Yeah, that is not the tightest match from either side. Yeah, you're gonna be on the draw every match. Ah, nice. Let's go. Kind of nice. Been like no pause on the coverage. Kind of gas. Damn. What a newbie. 3,600 matches. Damn, his win rate is nice though. 69% win rate in standards. Is he 16? Nah, he's like early 20s, I think. Maybe 23, 24, 25. I'm not sure actually. That picture is gas though. The suit. Wow, free cup, he's a free steps ahead. I'm curious to see how that card how that card specifically performs because I've seen it be like very clunky or win more and not be super special. 2 euros in the main. So what is he not playing? Oh, he's just not playing Talon. That's supposedly good for the against the cup decks to not have blue Talon and Boomerang basics in your deck. This is like a bit of what Arna did, right? He cut all the Boomerang basics into blue Talons and it's just playing kind of more control-ish version of the deck. So that's bad for me. Let's see if it matters. Kept both sides kept good 7 card hands. Oh, Tawny is up a game. There's a flash freeze. Got detect intrusion man up. Let's see if he goes for the C or if he just deploys Talon first. Alright, just let's go. I'm gonna have a photo in a suit for my next tournament. Should I plan a suit? Dress up. Alright, all the mana. All the mana from Matt. Trying to set up something. Try to not get wrecked by Gran. I'm just gonna say goes out attacking again. And then I'd assume Tony's just gonna go for Seer. Get the counter and then hope to draw a lesson and maybe trade Gran for a Llanowar Elf. I mean, Matt's not doing much. He could just not use his mana. He could technique an elf. Could even technique a pollinator because it's a 1/2. That makes no sense. Yeah, just technique an elf. I don't hate it. That means no detect intrusion mana eater, right? Because Matt doesn't have a tap creature. Damn, did Matt pun by just... Matt just punted by tapping his lands instead of tapping his elf. That sucks. That's kind of a misstep, it seems. Alright, well, he still doesn't have an attack with Gran. Oh no, he can because he has a backup one, so now he gets to trade Gran for an elf. Matt might trade him for backup Gran though. I think Matt's capable of making that read here. Matt also kind of wouldn't mind resolving a 6 mana wistful or 5 mana wistfulness. But yeah, that's gonna suck. It's gonna suck if he ends up losing the game because he like didn't tap his elf. I mean, now it just feels like Matt doesn't have a way to victory, a path to victory. It's like Riddler, I guess. You get to Wistfulness, float some mana. Maybe cast like a cub. Maybe find another Keen-Eye Creator. I mean, you could detect intrusion the evoke trigger, right? Is that the line? Keep your 6/5 in play. Not that bad. You keep a 6/5. You get to cast Pollinator right away. And next turn you have Ouroboros. Not a ton of lessons on Tony's sides. Not the most effective Gran right now. Also, that was kind of a big break drawing that come into play tap lands. If he plays downs, his shield's down. You might try and play attachment first, try and draw a non-tap land, play the Talon, but that makes no sense. I mean, at this point, just play the Talon, play the tap land, say go, set up. Could also just say go with Flash Freeze man up. But then I'm not really advancing your game plan. Wow, doesn't play the Spire Bluff Canal. That is absurdly greedy. That is the greediest way I've ever seen in my life. Alright, let's see if Matt plays around Flash Freeze here. Goes for Riddler first. Damn, that game was looking so grim for Matt. That's looking kind of great. Why would he play Canal? I don't know. Because you plan on casting Attachment, I guess. And you don't want to discard any of the other cards. I'm not sure I like giving a Grand attack here for 6 damage. Maybe he thinks his Willful Mouth is somewhat likely to die. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that game looks pretty over. Sorry, I've been slacking of the XE advantage bar. It might not be like full-blown 100%, but it's got to be really close. Got a lot of options. Cub. 8 mana. I think he's just gonna cast Willfulness, right? Surely that's better than an Uro. Like the Uro is not lethal anyways. And you're gonna have like super lethal next turn. Oh. Okay. A little surprised. I don't think that makes a ton of sense to me. Why would you ever play Uro over Wistfulness here? Don't love it, but probably not gonna matter. The fake scoop. Yeah, no, I'm dumb. I like Matt's line. Obviously, he was right. Forgot he could just do Uro, detect, and like just evoke wastefulness. Any power class in the list? No, just Uro's demonstration, spell removal. So he boards out two monuments and an artist's talent. He boards out the lantern. He trims a 3 steps. He trims a Grand. Ain't no way. I guess you do cut two monuments. You're gonna have to pry these Grands out of my cold dead hands, I think, in a matchup like that. Two rolls to combat all the interaction. You can see that actually none of Matt's interaction does anything in Straw, really. That's pretty scary. You have to like stop the lessons game plan. You have to keep a good board presence. Not get soloed by Rawl. What would you take out instead? I think 3 steps ahead is not very good. I think it's too expensive, especially if you're trimming Gran and you can't cast it for cheap. I just like keeping a lot of lessons in my lessons deck too, so I might keep in that Quench. Quench pretty miserable against Sirach though. Hey KSNRG, we saw Cuno beat Christopher Larson in his round of 16 match. Games run very close. Andrew had two really good draws and Chris had two bad draws. One, two, three. So mulligan, but turn on Gran, no second land. Oof. And then all mana, but he doesn't have to worry about power class. Yeah, we're rooting for Cuno here too. Cuno, Matt, Siggy. Probably somewhere in that order too. Big draw step. Verge, what a beauty. I guess Fireball's Canal is also a beauty here. Alright, so is Gran going? He figures he doesn't need abandoned attachments. Makes sense. And then what's the play pattern here? Do you always kill the elf? Probably have to kill the elf because Sirach. I like it. Couple mediocre draws for Matt. He needs to stop drawing. He needs to stop drawing lands ASAP. Got to sear the cub and attack probably. Probably want to get rid of that spell snare. Kind of feel like I could needle value from this 3 steps ahead. Try and turn it into dismiss maybe. Right, discard the quench at this point. You're gonna sear and you're not gonna have mana for quench anyways. Extra lesson in the yard. Yeah. 10th important draw step. Sirach would be the nuts. Oh, this sucks. That means Riddler is like a worse top deck too when you draw all these lands. At least give him an elf, you know? At least give him an elf so he can try and empty his hands. It is like double block for Grand, I guess. Not like Tony has almost no bad draws. Guess you just attack. Detect intrusion's all scary. Because you're probably gonna want to discard that spell snare. Well, no, you don't have to be scared about anything. And he's not even gonna have to use his free steps ahead. Wait, what? Really? Give him a chance to double block? I mean, it's not much. He still gets his land back, but... Huh. Oko. I'm gonna play Oko first. They're better against removal, better against flash freeze. You know, Tony's hand's probably pretty good. Not necessarily insane, but he's been looting every turn, entire game. Oh yeah, I see advantage bar. My bad. Like orange for Tony right now, probably. That backfired. I think if you see Tony's hand, you lead with Oko, so that 3 steps ahead doesn't turn into dismiss. Oh, that was nice. That could be like difference between winning and losing this game. Not finding an untap land here. He played the tap land because he has Rals in his deck. Okay. He is slowly emptying his hand of all these extra lands. So Riddler is going to be a good tub deck now. Yeah, Sirach was a really good draw. That kind of makes sense because now you're 3 steps ahead. I mean, he still counters the spell, but it draws him a card. I think you gotta draw, right. You need to find like a Ral or something. I guess either's fine. Yeah, no, either's fine. Oh, you do have Ancestral Recall in your deck. Maybe you're supposed to. No, no, not like this. Oh my god. Well, On XCD, I agree. Extremely on XCD. He does have a one turn window. Could draw wistfulness. Tony can make a treasure. Just counter Spellman up. Makes sense. Okay. That's pretty solid, cheap threats. Debate was Oko here. +2, +1. You might let it resolve, right? I don't know. I guess flipped Oko is a problem. He's not very good at killing a planeswalker. Yeah, I agree. It's not very scary for a couple turns. Yeah, cloning your monument's pretty nice. Yeah, cloning the monument's gonna be nasty. He's still massively advantaged. Wow, he's countering it. Interesting. Shrinking the Oko by 1 is not nothing. I think I would just discard the Flash Freeze. But Flash Freeze counters Wistfulness, which is one of the scariest cards. No, what does Oko do? Minus. I mean, the -1 is really strong, right? Draw 3 cards, put a permanent. Yeah, I guess you gotta discard the shock. Oh, I don't know. Well, if you're keeping the shock, you probably shock the pollinator. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the nerves got to Tony. I don't know about that using the counter when you could have copied a monument, draw 2, discard 1. Wow, huge draw. Huge draw. Wow, the XD advantage bar, what do I know? I think it's like all the way up for Matt now. You can see it on Tony's face. Kind of falling apart right now, but I mean, there's still ancestral recall in his deck. Big draw steps. Probably just kill one of the elks, right? For 5 mana. Really? Why did he not kill an elk there? Weird. Maybe he thinks he needs it for whatever Matt's gonna get bad next turn. Uro, well, he can kill an Uro. I mean, that's why he didn't shock last turn, yeah. Yeah, I agree with -1 Oko here. You only get a permanent from the mill free node, not your whole graveyards. Yeah. I feel like I would take Riddler because of Flash Freeze. There's one in the yard, but... Yeah, Firebending Lesson went to Planeswalkers, the lesson deck would truly be godly. You wouldn't have to worry about Oko as much, Kaido as much. Wrong. Yeah, he hit a Riddler. Not the greatest Riddler, but coming back next turn. Theora's demonstration would be solid here. Oh, wow. That is such a massive draw. U minus? U minus, right? Oh my god. I don't know where the advantage bar is, but it's surely like not that favored anymore. That back and so he's gonna kill all the elves, get all the monument triggers, and then he still has attachment. What is it? I don't know. There's a Riddler though. I'm gonna call it dead even still. I agree. Riddlers and the free freeze are not nothing, but Monument Grand when you have Ancestral Recall in your deck, pretty good too. He also gets attachment on Matt's turn for some more value. If he ever finds the second monument. Oh, and he gets to attack the Oko. Force a chump. He thought he might try and protect Rahl, just not attack Oko, shock a free, and then you have to chump. I think keeping Grand's pretty good. I like it. I like letting Rawl die here, I think. Alright, an elf. Not the greatest, obviously. Alright, you might not have to chump because you're casting attachment and stuff. Oh, you might even be able to save it if you're lucky, right? Just technique. Needs technique in his top two. Thank God. Oh, top three. Oh yeah, no, top two, because then you can't make the treasure. I'd have puked. I think you have to draw right. You're not killing Mad that fast. Probably you have to draw. 9, 6, 3. Yeah, it is. I mean, 12 or 9 is the same thing, right? In that spot, kind of. It doesn't make a difference. You still kill him. You still give him the same amount of turn. Yeah, it was one card away. Needs still good against a Riddler, though. Stay alive. Bro. Man, that's not the greatest draw steps. Wow, good draw. I mean, it feels like it's Lesson's favorite now, like pretty. It's like close-ish, but clearish still, in a way. Yeah, just Lessons doing Lessons things. Hmm. Wasn't it better to technique and save attachment for your opponents? No, I guess you don't need to do that. I'm dumb. Okay. Breaks. Hasn't found the second ancestral recall yet. Come on, Matt. 5, free, untap, kill. Yeah, I mean, he needs, it's like, man needs a huge top deck. It's like close to GG, right? Tony needs to. I guess Tony could break. It's really hard to break. He drew a lot of lands too, I feel already. Okay, there's one. Oh no. Good run, Matt. Good run. Played really well too. Probably like one of the better the better players in the tournament, and just the play he displayed when in feature too was pretty up there. Felt like he played really well. Yeah, and that was a sick game though. That was a fun one. That was so close. That was so close. Yeah, I drew pretty poorly. It's a close matchup though. Really close matchup. Yeah, that was probably one of the best matches we watched all weekend. Yeah, I wonder what happens if he doesn't use 3 steps ahead on the Kenai Curator. If he wins like much faster, or if it backfires. But it did seem like not trying to copy Monument, draw 2, discard 1 was that 3 steps ahead was kind of bad. Let's see if there's an interview with Tony maybe. Well, Kruger, that's X Whale on Magic Online, Twitch too. Proud subscriber of the stream, one of my teammates too. Even though he's currently not qualified for the PT, but looks like he might be on his way back. Well, I think my dinner is going to be ready soon. Yeah, that was the Kenai Curator turn where he countered the Kenai, and I think that was that turn. Probably prowess. Yeah. He's like, he's my friend, but I'd rather take the good matchup and win the tournament. Fair. I'd feel the same way. That was one of the brews of the tournament. All right, Chad, I need a quick break. I'm going to leave you with the one and only Corey B. Looks like we've got Will up a game. I think this is going pretty well. He's been doing well with lessons online. If you look at Magic Online challenges and league results, he's up there winning challenges, top 8ing challenges, 5 winning leagues, and yeah. I feel like I would have either played maybe something close to his build of lessons because he's been playing the deck a lot, or Mono Green Landfall this weekend if I had to pick a deck. All right, I'll be right back. Normal upgrade, normal size. It is on the way. It looked like it was. Oh, okay. That second game kind of looked good for Will when I left. It looks like he had a lot going on, but made a green deck, just had it. Yamagi, I'm not sure I thanked you, by the way, earlier. You're still here. Thanks for 25. Imagine leaving us with Jim Davis, but telling us you're leaving us with Corey B. Cancel the yellow hat for the Jim Davis disrespect. I don't know. Did Jim call anyone lazy this weekend? Lazy deck building, no new decks. Commonly, Billy Jim commentate after that incident at the petting zoo. Wait, what? What happened at the petting zoo? Alright, I'm gonna give the advantage to Will because he has artist talent and monument going on. The landfall deck's scary. Maybe he's in the orange advantage. Alright, I see chat has lost its mind. It's making no sense whatsoever. Let's see what's going on the main Magic stream. Oh, we're gonna see that Esper midrange check. The one brew that made it. Clement Harvey in the feature match. Is that dumb Harvey's brother? Yeah, Ted. The chat was awfully normal. Like once in a while, get a few newcomers. People are somewhat new to the chat. They're still in the honeymoon phase of thinking we're here to discuss good magic plays and proper strategy. But eventually they all succumb to the nonsense of my mods. Let's get back to Jim Davis running a failed petting zoo. There we go. Wait, Ryan, are you saying you're just here for the gathering? Nice try using the word community, trying to dodge. Is he trying to win to a Magic Con this year? I'm guessing one of his goals was to like interact with fewer people as possible. I think he made an exception for me. He's like, fine, I guess I'll have to humor Yellow Hat for like 15 minutes and pretend to like want to hang out and stuff. Varnish? Garnish? Oh, vanish. Our community is not what Richard Garfield intended. Who knows? Who knows what Richard Garfield really intended? Clearly, he intended like somewhat like some kind of chaos by making ancestral recall in blue and healing salve in white. Oh, yeah, where's Bobber? Alright, still only one monument in play. That artist town is on level 2. There's an ancestral recall, a second monument. The question is, can Will survive one more turn, basically? If he can survive one more turn with Dub's monument, he should be good. True, he did intend a lot of land destruction. Gab has been on that, yeah. Contract from below. We used to play with contract from below in our cube. I think we think you had to discard your hand as part of the cost though. So we nerfed it a bit. No good. These tokens are homemade. Caroline, Sam's wife, made us monument tokens for worlds. You do have to discard printed text though. No, only if it resolves right. It's not in the casting cost. We said it was part of the casting cost, so if you got it countered, you got wrecked. Alright, looks like Will got the match, right? Or yeah. Let's go. Alright, let's go back to our arena match. Oh, we've got my BFF, Marcelo. I know who I'm rooting for. Let's go, Marcelo. We do have like one of the only original decks of the tournament, Esper midrange. The other side. Did he just draw that land? That land was probably pretty good, pretty huge draw. You get to attack, play your own curiosity, right? Or you just go Dubs removal. I guess he wants to kill the curiosity while Tidebender is in play. Yeah, that was a good play because there's trajectory in his opponent's hand too. Jeez, Jan. Oh my god. Yeah, no, that was a good play, honestly. That was good discipline by Marcello. Marcello played good against me at the PT. Dude, I sounded, were you here when I told the story earlier? We played round one of the PT, and before game 3, he was just like, I just want to tell you you're like an inspiration and one of my idols, and like we just both started crying, borderline crying, and I mean, not really, like we both teared up for sure. It was so nice. Well, I'm proud to give him. Oh, the XD advantage bar is already in the right spot. Didn't even have to move it. And Brandon's just giga flooding. Are you sure it wasn't just Bavar Dash giving up my game? Well, if it was, it didn't work out very well. I obviously just crushed him. He drew one extra land in the mid-range mirror. GG. I don't know about that mid-range mirrors. There are definitely some matchups in the history of Magic where it's literally that. Not that bad. You saved the 2 lives. You're so far ahead. It's a little cowardly, honestly, to keep the island there, but oh, Marcelo not a coward confirmed. And you got rewarded for a good play. Alright, Dobbs if he sends in one of his creatures. Why is he doing that? What is he doing? I guess technically he's open and could have removal and a curiosity. You got all lost in the sauce by playing that siren. Probably not gonna matter. Yeah, maybe his line's just safer and better. Why no manland? He's just playing around everything. He's playing around like double spell. Doesn't want to get blown out by like I don't even know what's. I mean, realistically, there's nothing Brandon can have the way the game played out. I think, but maybe he's just playing around like double Tidebinder or something. Something that Brandon can't realistically have in his hands. Doesn't matter. Not like Brandon has a card that can flip the game around. All right, let's go. Double Infinity Gaming. Classic 2026. One Infinity is not enough. Gotta go double. Ooh, he's got a one-sheet tongue in the main. I like that. Bringing in an annul, fourth hex, or third hex, a third treat the sheriff. 3 steps ahead in a tempo matchup. And he's cutting cheap creatures? That makes no sense to me. And maybe Cecil's just bad in these matchups. I could see that. Cutting cheap cards for 3 steps ahead, especially when you're on the draw. On that pretty sketch. And then you play 3 SIGs and you're cutting the 1-drops. Can bring in tactics in a tempo matchup. And it doesn't even hit the scariest card, Kaido. Yeah, I don't know. I hope we see another glorious, awful intimidation tactics, not gonna lie. Alright. Marcelo is a slight advantage right now. Brandon's hand doesn't do much. Marcello's hand's pretty stacked. Finally, Jose is here. The party can begin. You're just farming people at your LGS, Jose. No consideration for human life. Jose, is Portugal the best country in Europe? The best country in the world? Well, to be fair, if you're the best country in Europe, you're probably the best country in the world too. Hello, PKS. How you doing? Yeah. He doesn't know about the null, right? He hasn't seen hands yet. Norway, yeah, it might be like Norway or something, one of the Scandi countries where they broke it and they actually don't let people die on the street or go in debt because they get sick. I think we're slowly but surely getting there in France. Every year gets social net gets all worse. The N is creature and planeswalker. He didn't have the reads. Then just slam second curiosity. Portugal does win the custard tart wars, I must say. Are you talking about pasta de Natal? Yeah, pasta de Natal is pretty good. Not sure if like has anything on French pastries and whatnot, but it's solid. It's pastel de nata. What did I say? Pasta de Natal instead of pastel de nata? Yeah, Marcello's gonna run away with that one. I don't know. He's played like a little cautiously and it cost him this game, but obviously you can't just. I'm not exactly what's the interaction on Brandon's side for curiosity. You can have dinner. Oh, my dinner's coming soon. I had to go yell at Liz earlier. Look at the cards. Pastel de nata is worse than 80% of Brazilian regional foods. I have Brazilian foods goaded. I've never really had Brazilian foods. There's like a Brazilian restaurant actually really close from me. I don't know if it's still open. We went there when it was Liz and it was just fine. It was good. It was good. I wonder if it's still open. I don't think so. Maybe? No, I think it closed actually. It didn't stay open very long. It's kind of rough though. My I don't think my neighborhood is like um I mean A, I don't think their food was excellent, it was just fine. B, neighborhood's probably still a little too traditionally French and not like hip enough for a place like that to really do well. Oh my bad. XZ advantage bar to the max. Yeah, I mean that's kind of anticlimactic. I mean these games, I mean it's just blue like mid-range, right? It's just so swingy, like once they take over, start drawing all the cards. Damn, Beyond's just brittle today. All right, Marcello, good job. Gabe, it's funny that your favorite movie is City of God. I watched only when I was like 23 because you mentioned it. Kind of shame on me. I don't know. I think I've only watched it once and I was like 20 or something whenever it came out. I didn't even see it at the cinema, at the theater. But that movie just made such an impression on me. I don't even remember much about it, but I just remember it as like, wow, that movie was just amazing. Definitely one of the best movies I've ever seen. Little Vamos in chat. The Brazilian used to spam Vamos in the poker chats. Can we get some Vamos in the main chat for Marcello? Everyone from my chat spam. What does Bora mean? Dude, I saw Asha Mills Emmett, and I thought it was a male player. I thought it was like males in standard. I was like, huh? Just clueless. Looks like Izzy got there. Bora means let's go. So it's the same thing as vamos, basically. Wait, Siege Rhino, you're not banned from the main channel? Thought I saw Siege Rhino say something. Maybe it was a dream. Marcelo. Oh, my bad. Marcelo. Damn, it's not quite this. Yeah, it's 68. Matt tried at 69%. Down a game. Vian, have you had one too many espressos today? The coffee just pumping through your veins? Feeling a little hyper? All right. Arna, supposedly the mayor breaker was his list. Sometimes you just run good. And it's not really your list. Sometimes you just run good and play good. I just like Tony. Had to keep the one lander on the play. Big draw step. Okay, lantern. Could be worse. Good game. What is this keep? I mean, he has Grand and Talon and Monument. I don't know. I don't hate it, I think. Thank God. The balance of colors and card types mirrors the layering of pasta, sauce, and cheese. Both require strategic thinking and understanding of combinations and the anticipation of how components will interact to achieve a winning outcome. Yeah, I'm not sure lasagna is that complex, actually. Sorry. Yo, guys, thanks for the 100 bits, both of you. All right, well, Arna found his lands, and we found a Doomwake raid. Hello, Doomwake. Welcome, everyone. Heard you won a feature match in the pre-modern tournament yesterday. How did that go? What does coverage do when the top 20 tables all draw? I don't know, to just feature the next tables. Food is here. I'll see you later. Let me get a proper scene to show food. Muted myself again. Saying pork roast, wrapped with bacon, and then some veggies. So can Arna navigate through this game and come back? Got a lantern for the wisdom. Three steps ahead. That game's kind of tough. I'm gonna let the casters figure it out for me while I eat a bit. Behind me, we have 10 Final Fantasy Play booster boxes and 2 Edge of Eternity's Play booster boxes too. Box opening stream? I was thinking I was just gonna give them away, but yeah, maybe I'll just open them for myself. Oh my god, what's coming? Was an overwhelming win share. We hope that the metagame would adjust to compensate for the increase of what? Scrolling is broken. We hope that the metagame would adjust to compensate for the increase of ragu and dairy diets, but since then we have observed lasagna continues to dominate. To encourage diversity, we have banned lasagna for dinner. This is looking like Arne favored, actually, right? Slightly Arne favored. Hey, Mr. Vani. Hey, Breakfast Boy, welcome to the chat. Says one Shitong shatters are very rectangular. Yeah. Yeah, I think I have it on max quality. But unfortunately, the way they broadcast these events is they have the players share their screen on Discords because there's no spectator mode. Yeah, I thought that might be a line at some point. Price of Freedom, the Lantern, and then Ancestral. He needed to bait the spell there first. Kind of a tough spot here. Do you ever use the Wisdom when you have 2 lessons in hand? You do have Monument in play. You could find like the lane that loots. Now decides to like try and get max value. We see it's like if you could see his opponent's hand, he would just cast the Wisdom right away because there's a spell snare for it anyways. Kind of an anticlimactic game. I feel like it's pretty rare for the Lessons matchup. Yeah, Arena's patience might pay off actually drawing that second Wisdom. That's a problem. He found the Monument. And Arna's down a game. He could try and go quench Wisdom. I guess playing the first Wisdom first is better. That'd be insane if he baited. Oh no, there's just never mind. There's a quench. I was gonna say it'd be insane if he baited the spell snare, but that quench is gonna get him anyways. I think he's been attacking was long unless he misclicked. Has vigilance. All right. Melster on the stack. It's on Arna. So he's trying to decide if he should go for the quench Wisdom play. We see he's gonna get wrecked if he does that, but I guess silver lining is He may be untapped with Leo being all tapped out. This looks pretty Jover though. Tell him there was a good draw too. Alright, he found his spot. Honestly, I think that's maybe the best he could come up with. Find a spot to resolve accumulated wisdom. Not sure I really got bet. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Wow. So he did it now so that he doesn't just let him draw a counter. And then if his spell gets negated, at least not as does big draw step. Like all the way up probably. For Leo. Felt like both players did what they could right in that spot. Both players played well, I feel. Yeah, and I'm just going through the motions here. Let's see, pretty over. This is still the round of 16s. They're showing a lot of matches. I didn't think they would show this many matches. It's cool though. I guess it is like direct elimination, so all right, Arna's got him down to 5. Surely that Grand will get there. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically, is this game really not over? I'm assuming it's Giga over no matter what, but is there like a world where Arna steals that one? Just like, I guess technically he doesn't have interaction for Arna's board right now. Yeah, I mean, it needs to be literally 6 lands in a row because it's 3 draws from Raw, 2 draws from the Monuments. There is a shock, but that's not enough, right? Wait, there's no way you discard the shock, right? It's like the only good card in your hand. Shock's kind of enough. I mean, Arna could just draw like, right, there's Arna could draw the land, right? That dodges a counter spell. Does he just have lethal? 16, yeah, I mean, 3 monuments. That would make sense that he has lethal. Really? Pass? Now he just dice to Agnaquella, no? I guess he has one sheet tongue to block, but there's a shock in his hand. Yeah, I mean, you can just like guess. Sheet tongue is a 1/1, so Arna needs exactly Agnaquella into like another shock, I think. And that's assuming like Leo doesn't find a combustion technique or another hard counter. Maybe Leo will just deck by mistake. No, that is not an Agnaquella. Good run, Arna. Arna's been incredibly consistent the past X years. Really, really consistent. I think it's not the first time he qualifies for any arena championship either. Leo's kind of a goofball. I think he's pretty high energy and stuff. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Never mind. Just beat Arna. Love to see Price of Freedom though. My pet cards. Damn, the guy who injured himself at my game this afternoon, like he ruptured his ligament. Jeez. It was crazy. It was like you see them in the NBA. He like no one touched him. He just like went to like probably like go, and just like snapped. Like yeah. Apparently he's gonna get operated soon. Yeah, it's scary, but yeah. Well, get Stiggy. How many games do I have on Arena? Good question. So these guys have like 6, 15. Kuno had 63. I would guess I have like around 20 then. 20, max 30. Hello, JJ. How you been? He's playing against the talent version, which is probably a little better for him than the versions with more interaction, but he is on the draw and he's facing a Grand. He is up the game though, and he's got Enable to Scream. And sometimes with the lesson deck, you just keep hands that are really all in on Grand, so that could just be huge. Kuno won his round of 16 match against Chris Larson, yeah. It was not especially close. Max advantage for Siggy right away, unable to Scream on the Grand. It sounds like not the greatest though. Looks like an even-ish game right now. No artist talent. That's good for Siggy. And bro just has a picture with his backpack on. Unreal. Disrespectful. Someone's trying to get lessons in their yards. Because Gene Pollinator is pretty low value target. Makes sense though, you gotta use your cards. I don't know if that Talon was a top deck. I'd assume it was. Maybe not if he has the spell there. He punted. Did he tap his mana poorly? Might not matter. So, do you care about the Cub or trying to save intrusion for the talent or the wisdom, maybe? Your opponent's ancestral recall. Wow, he could have had an elf untapped here. Minus aura points for Siggy. Now you're allowed to play in full control. You just have your clock. You can do whatever you want with the time you have on your clock. People turn on full control sometimes. Green? Don't you want blue because of Riddler? Probably doesn't matter. I'm net negative in gems. I'm a fish. Simic Rhythm. Is adolescence. And the clutch spell pierce. Does good deck building. Alright, I think you should draw a Riddler or a Wistfulness. I'll allow an Uro as well. Serac, fine. Serac might not save you if Dylan has just Wisdom, though. Dylan could also like level up Talon, and I don't know if he has Ero's demonstration, but oh, geez, another monument. Tough. Alright, see, he needs to top deck again. Wow, easy game. That's why he's the best. Is there a fourth type? No. There's a Gene Pollinator in his graveyard, right? Yeah, there's a Gene Pollinator, so you can make it a 7/7. That's big draw. That might be good enough. That should be good enough, I think, to win the game. Serac plus 7/7 Kenai. Hopefully C doesn't forget about his graveyard. Alright, good. I mean, Talon Monument is strong, but I feel like that one's gonna be tough. Maybe it's not that advantaged. Yeah, his spells are still expensive too. He doesn't have the cost reduction from Grand or Talent. Well, it is a little tricky because he has exactly 4 mana. So is he just gonna go after all the lessons? If you go after all the lessons, so you can only go after one less. On a Gene Pollinator, it's 2 types at 1. So you can go after. You still have to get a land, so you leave your opponent with 1 lesson in the yard, which is probably fine. The Gene Pollinator. The G Gene. The G Gene Pollinator. Alright, Dylan. What you got? Are they doing that thing again where when they show when they show a match that started already, they always show the last game, so if it's 1-0 for one of the players, you know it's gonna be 2-0. They used to do that, and then I think they used to not do it anymore. Holy sneeze. Alright, what did I miss? Oh, Serac died, and C just drew a bunch of lands? Damn, him and Matt just drawing all these lands. Oh yeah, wow, what a mistake not tapping and unable to scream. Damn, let's go. So Kuno made it and Siggy made it, the old guards. See if we get a little Siggy interview. Yeah. That's good points. Kenai Curator is so good. I wonder if Kenai Curator is still like underrated somehow. I'm an animal, just sipping the juice from the pork. deliciously salty. I should have a glass of wine with the meal. That does sound good. Kind of don't really drink alcohol anymore. I made a choice. I can either drink alcohol or try and play basketball. No, I guess you can do both, but I don't know. Just need to like optimize my recovery so I can play as much basketball as possible. Oh wait, Siggy's interview. My bad. Big brags. Dude, brags? He's talking about himself at the third person? I think he might need a little ego check here. Wait, what are we watching? I was gonna say, Jose. Oh, I was when Lorwyn was legal. Oh, I was drafting Lorwyn at the World Championship and making top four. Apparently, that's what we do now. I'm just trying to emulate Siggy's behavior of just shameless brags. That's gas. I've never heard that before. That'd be a pretty good cards. I don't know what calling people just reward that dynamos. Note that they didn't interview Matt Wright. Matt Wright was like, well, I was like 4 years old, so don't remember much of the first Lorwyn set. Bracket, bracket. I guess they didn't show every match, right? They didn't show Daniel Weiss win, and they didn't show Jeff Lynn against Benzos. Seems like the only other Prowess player went 3-3. So it looks like there was only 3 Prowess players, and 2 are in the top 8. Is that right? It's pretty impressive. Jeez. To be fair, Cuneo was in the. Wait, was Cuneo in the MPL? Was he not? Maybe he was. I think he was. Maybe not. He was, yeah. So that probably played like a lot of games when he was in the MPL. Damn, Raid is still here. Let's go. My peak rating? Not sure. I don't think I ever got to 1. I think I probably got to like 5 or so. $20? 30 years, right? Closer to 30 than 20 anyways. My stomach's hurting. It's like I'm stoned. That math, I'm only 50 years old then, yeah. Being on the draw against Prowess, probably not good for Andrew. Like, you kind of want a fast nursery, but then you can still die to elusive auto, right? I feel like there's nothing you can do. Like, there's very little play to. I mean, he said he'd rather play that matchup than the mirror match, but I'm not sure I agree, honestly. Interaction is prayers, thoughts and prayers for Andrew. Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to maul. I think that's like a little too slow. Pretty nice hands. Might not matter though. Rage no lands for Danielle. At least the first turn. At least break once. No fun. But then you can't attack with Otter, so you're missing out on a bit of damage. All great options for him. Oh, does he not have the third? Oh yeah, he does have the third land. Could do both, I guess. Chucking a cut doesn't seem very useful if you're gonna bounce the land, though. I would not kill the cub with slingshot in hand there. Why did he slide of hand over slingshot this turn? Wasn't just that really bad? Like what was he digging to? I mean, it's not like it's a liability to have slingshot in play, right? It can't die. It's even really this. I don't think it's gonna matter, but you kind of want to boomerang basic your otter, honestly. And you can use the otter part on green. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Big trouble. Yeah, I don't like how he's playing this game, but whatever. Who am I? Looks like he's gonna boomerang basic his otter at least. Or maybe he's gonna wait a turn, see what develops, and this way it pumps the slick shot next turn. Do you value the 1 mana? I mean, you get to cast the green part for like X equals 1 more. I think I would just bounce it now. If he boomerangs it now, he's top deck a Storm Chaser. I mean, he is still happy to top deck a Storm Chaser at that point of the game. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I would have done it on my turn, I think. I don't know, maybe if Daniel spews enough, he's gonna give an answer to a window to Andrew. Oh, nothing matters. It's all luck. Yeah, I don't know. He couldn't really go wrong last turn, honestly. Nothing mattered this game, really. No meaningful decisions. All right, what do we have? I mean, I guess Paw Patch Formation. And I guess you just bring in all the fight cards. The green shell could be nice. It's tough. I don't know. Like, what do you cut if you cut cards? Nursery takes over, but you still have an elusive otter problem. Harmonizer gets you kills out of nowhere. 2 Paw Patch for Bristly Bill in Night form. Choosing not to bring in any of the fight cards. Yeah, I mean, Kino's been sideboarding very minimally the whole tournament. We saw him play twice against the Mirror Demons, and he has 2 Torpor Orbs in his sideboard, and he only brought in 1 for that matchup. Just sticking to his guns and hoping his deck does its thing. Maybe on your side, interactions for free stock ups and 1 boomerang basics. I don't want trimming stock ups on the draw. I wonder if he's gonna bring some back in on the play. I think he's considering Spike Shot and maximize his Storm Chaser Talon Boomerang basic draw. Could get rid of that Secret Identity now. Isn't Secret Identity just pretty mid here? He'd bottom Identity. That's what I would bottom. But maybe you need the Pump Spell to push for some blockers. Yeah, obviously Andrew needs to draw land next turn. Or else it's going to be really tough. Wait, don't you Boomerang basics first? Oh, he's playing red. Okay. That does make sense with all the red cards you just drew. Alright, Andrew has a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. Now he has Cub into Ice Still into Passage next turn. That's pretty strong. That's Spike Shot. Is it lethal somehow? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 was Identity, or 16? He's got like 16 damage. How much damage is Cub Ice Sill Passage? Passage, 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 passage. So that's a 8, 9 Chocobo. A 10, 11 Chocobo Trample. Not good. Oh no. Is Andrew's line just a like green shell go and hope to live? Is that his only out? Oh yes, he can do Cub. It's not that bad actually. Yes, 2 chum blockers and a green shell. It says only a realistic line, right? Cub into green shell. Well, I don't know what secret identity does, but I don't think Andrew's dead on board yet. Now he's dead on board. Well, I guess he was very dead on board either way. Womp womp. Yeah, just bad matchup. Just really bad matchup. Look at Andrew. It looks like he's like mildly annoyed. He's like, things could be going better, but it could be going worse. Dude's like, still had all these. Don't worry. Didn't matter if you kept. Andrew was like, no reaction. Not bringing in fight spell seems crazy to me. Yeah, I agree. Especially after watching these games. I've been there though. I'm on like Andrew's camp of, especially on the play, maybe trying to maximize your busted draws, but sometimes you just need the interaction. See you at the PT. Leyland Beaver. All right, Chad. I think since Andrew lost, we still have Siggy. We still have a couple of champions, but I think I might call it a stream. Um, that's fun though. That's some good magic. Bubber? Is Bubber on? In no way. Oh, Hassan Habib, you mean? That's not Bubber. Soon though. Trotsky is on. The limited, right? The limited thing. Should I try to qualify for that? I don't know. For some reason, feeling kind of lazy about it. Oh, Ansid is on. Obviously, he's playing Star Wars. Star Wars Unlimited Milwaukee Region on what? Oh, it's also in Milwaukee? Any Magic players? Yoda Data Vault. I'm rooting for whoever's playing Yoda Data Vault. Sounds gas. Oh, we get a Siggy match now? Fine, fine. You got me. We can watch one more. They know how to get all extra value out of me. Siggy that is. Siggy wins again. All I'll say is Siggy has a 0.9 win percentage advantage in standard, so he's the clear favorite. Game free. Damn. Tension. I've seen that matchup kind of go both ways. I think Lessons maybe won a tiny bit more. Seems like the Lessons players have decent plan for the matchup. So we'll see. Like the Simic Rhythm players came up with a good plan for the matchup, but then the Isolation players also adjusted. Like you've seen like a lot of people trim on monuments to not be as reliant on the enchantments and stuff and the artifacts and not fall to like too many disenchants. Slackstorm. Slackstorm's kind of cool. It gets Keen Eye Curator. That could be a blowout. Biggie on the play was the turbo mana draw against Slackstorm. That is really scary. That land's probably good. That land's gonna make his Riddler good. Does Leo have both Pyroclast and Slackstorm, or just the one? It was like kind of a common line in that matchup now is you're in that spot and you just Nature's Rhythm for a Keen Eye Curator instead of getting a Cub. I guess it's Seer now, he has a Quench. Man, there's gonna be a lot riding on that Riddler, honestly. That Riddler is really gonna have to pop off and pop off fast. So he only has 5 mana right now. I mean, why do you even Nature's Rhythm for here? That Slackstorm's gonna be nice. There's nothing you can get, right? That's good against Slackstorm here. Sirach, Keen Eye, Cub. You know what'd be really brutal is if you got Cub and then he cast a Riddler and got his Riddler quenched. Oh wait, no. Getting Cub this turn is kind of nice, right? You can Riddler and have the mana to pay for the quench. Uh, Probably heads up play here. Leo's not messing around. Oh, actually, no, now he gets resolve Riddler anyways. Maybe not a heads up play. Okay. Don't play the elf. Yeah, Siggy, well played. That elf's gonna make the difference, unironically. Interesting. I would assume Oko. Especially if there's a second Slack Storm. Alright, I heard Oko is good in the matchup, but man, Leo keeps drawing the goods. Okay. Mine on the decline here. Let's try an ultimate to Oko, right? Thing decline. One Siggy. Oh, Riddler first better against Clinch now. Maybe he decided he didn't care that much about Clinch. Not the biggest deal to get his Quench. You draw a card anyways, and you already have another Riddler in exile. I really don't know who's ahead here. But Oko Ultimate's next turn, right? Is Oko Ultimate enough? He can sear, right? I guess he can sear to Oko to buy himself some time. I'm sure you have to Quench there. Are you supposed to discard attachment, maybe? Only drill land. I think I might have discarded attachment, but I'm not sure. Feels like Siggy has him in a tough spot. You know, there's Artist Monument coming. I mean, did it still play at least like a Rex Age or something to tutor for, or is that just too low impact and they don't? I don't think they have that anymore, right? Just wistfulness. Oh wow, he's going for the big setup with artist talent. Elks, Elks, Elks. Let's go. Let's go, Elks. Not like this. No. No, 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 no. Oh my God, why? Ah, that is looking Grimsky. Does he keep in Behemoth? A lot of people board it out. I think Crater Hoof would just be lethal here, right? There's a technique now. Oh. Well, the leveling up plan seems to have worked out for Leo. Hey, we're in trouble, I think. Leo just had a pretty good draws the last turn. Maybe Siggy can do it though. I mean, Siggy's dead on board. He has to do something really good this turn. Because whatever he has in play is not cutting it. I don't think we have a Rex Sage. No, people just play Wistfulness now. You don't even bother with a Serval Billet. Do you ever kill the Riddler? I mean, I was thinking if. Oh, never mind. I'm dumb. Nature's Rhythm is you can't have multiple creatures. I mean, technically he has Hoof mana. Then the Hoof and one of the big creatures get to attack. But if he goes for it, he just loses to Technique. And also people board at the Hoof. I mean, Creator? I mean, what's this plan though? Because this line loses to any spell, basically. Wistfulness, Rage. One-time healer. Why did he not fail lands? Yeah, I don't know. And you could maybe say why didn't Leo Technique or learn the upkeep too, right? Maybe just forgot about that being a line. Womp 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 womp. Damn. Stayed up an extra 10 minutes. Just wait, what? That's still not enough right now. Too late. Ziggy doesn't win. Well played by Leo, though. Alright, let's go support Andre and his doesn't look like it's going very well right now. Not sure what his count is, but I enjoyed this weekend. It's pretty rare that I do like full viewing party the whole time and no games, but it was all the tournaments and the standard games were pretty sweet. And we had some heroes, some champions to root for, so that was fun. Be back to playing this week and maybe see if there's anything good in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle sets. Start preparing. There's also early access this week. So that'll be, for me, that'll be probably Thursday during most of the day. If people want me to try some of the new cards from the Turtle set, we can build some decks tomorrow and Tuesday. Standard actually playable, thank God. Yeah, it's pretty playable. It's decent. I wish blue-black control was a little more playable right now, but maybe if Marcelo wins with blue-black mid-range, I'll pull blue-black mid-range. Get baited. Yeah, some of the class cards, right? The one that fits nicely in Ragdos Monument, the red one, right? Blue-black control is playable if you're not a coward. Tell that to Edgar and his free and one records. Yo, Steve, thanks. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Edgar decided not to be a coward this weekend and didn't really work out. And yet, this is a guy called Super Poops on my Steam friend list that plays Dota. Pretty much only plays Crystal Maiden. Alright, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll be on. Ooh, the resub. Right on time. Yeah. Standard metagame Lorwyn Eclipse. Well, let's see that real quick. Alright, say hi to Andre for me. I'll see y'all later. Adios.